Hello, hello. Welcome. So we are on the line. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Gendwalker EA release day. So today we are playing the new release. And I took the initiative and logged in a little earlier in order to set up my hotbar and practice the rotation a little bit. And I gotta say, this is looking fun. The summoner job looks pretty cool. And I'm looking forward to playing it through the story, because we are gonna get right onto things. Yeah, immediately start on that story. Gonna summon my carbuncle. New summoner, you always have your carbuncle out, just like a scholar will always have their fairy out. And your carbuncle gives you these skills. And every time you use a summon, these skills change. These spells, and you've got your single target and your AoE. The rotation is pretty simple. So first of all, you summon Bahamut, and doing so will give you Enkindle Bahamut and Death Warrior. You just use your spells and your OGCDs whenever you have instants. And once Bahamut's done, you unlock your free summons, and you can use them in any order you want. Once you press a summon, these spells will change, and you will be able to use them. So I think talking through it might be a little bit confusing, but it's very intuitive. I gave it a shot, so I can say it's very intuitive once you actually get into it. You have Ruin Free, which is your basic hard cast spell. It is slightly less cast than recast, so you can use one OGCD with it. Just one though, 2 is stretching it. But now you can weave whenever you want, so that's cool. And then once you summon Bahamut, does this. And your single target and AoE spells are changed to these. Since they're instant, you can use as many OGCDs as you want. And as you can see, doing that has unlocked our free summons here. And if we use a summon, these spells change. And on Ifrit, these are slow cast time, but fairly damaging. On Titan, they're instant. And you get 4 of them. On Garuda, they're super fast. Then as you can see, once you're done with your summons, Phoenix will be up before long. You might have to hardcast a couple of ruins first, but then you can activate Phoenix, and it's a lot like Bahamut. So they got rid of the combo. Now you just have your single target and your AoE spell. Yeah, use your OGCDs whenever they're up. And as you can see, you just repeat. So you can see how many uses you've got of your spells up here, as well as the timer for when you're going to be locked out. It's very generous. You will probably never run out of time before you cast. It's mostly just a matter of keeping your GCD rolling. You probably won't lose your spells unless something really shitty happens. But yeah, as you can see, it just repeats from there. Very simple. Might get more complicated down the line, but right now, pretty simple. Just gonna go through one more round of these. And you've also got some other things, like this is your raid buff. It increases the damage your party does. And this is your self shield. So you have a little bit of mitigation on your own, as you can see. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All the stuff you have to work with, at least at a level 80. Right, so with that done, let's get started with the story here. Looks like we're headed to Mordona. Okay, it still treats us as in combat, so if we leave, that should change. Alright, there we go. The next ship to sail. That's gonna be down here. Alright, so let's talk to Alphino. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. Eris, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Is that new music? Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. Yeah, turn off auto advance here. I skipped one doing it. Jeez. The Telephori's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of aeons past. An apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telephori are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. But that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary words spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made trolls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephori. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I'm sure of it. Master Fortunal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mrs. Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. There it is. You're to head the Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Valdesian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. So that's our in. We're part of the students of Valdesian. Not exactly a lie. Ryle's Valdesian, after all. Your arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Here we go. That quest acceptance jingle. Okay. Oh, we're headed there. Been a while since we've been over there. Decent amount of people around. Oh, hey, they changed how this works. Yeah, this looks a lot better than it was. What's this side quest about? Is this important? Yep, that's right. An experiment. Oh. Is this to sort of help you get used to the new summoner? Alright. My apologies for the wait. To begin with, might I ask you to call for Soneji? I should very much like to see one with mine own eyes. Mayhap the Ifrit EG would be suitable. I understand that it was the first such being to be summoned. Yes, a most impressive being indeed. created according to Ymitra in the image of the entity which one most closely associates with fire, Ifrit. It is my hypothesis that the same fundamental principle could be employed to alter the form and... Oh, I've never unlocked this. This is the carbuncle skins. That's right. Okay, I just forgot I hadn't done this yet. This is a side quest to get eggy glamours. Sad that they never added any ones beyond the carbuncles. We're gonna have that. Grab it before we head out. Slash Peck Glamour. I don't know why I didn't have that yet, but we do now. So let's continue with the story again. Welcome to release day. Got like a huge pile of people right on the quest. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. There's that yellow coat from the road quests. I recognize her. Little Lalafell.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Right on schedule.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments landfall upon this dock?
Little thief.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
The Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy. since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Little Lord Alphino. Good grief.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think
Oh.
it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell's-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Oh. Poor Tataru. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hey, sorry Boulder. It's the B team.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
You guys gonna hold down the fort?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Yeah. Nice.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
There's one person that I trust for that. It is Hori Boulder. Hori Boulder's gonna get the job done.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Of course. Ring-a-ding-ding.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Is Emmett Selk taking narrator duty here?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Let's go. I wonder if there'll be like a roadblock here like there was in a Stormblood. We're gonna get to a spooky ship graveyard.
The depths where souls and stars rest. Find your truth.
Hitting up to Charlene.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlene should be coming into view at any moment.
Oh, hey, who's that? Lady who was in Mordona in the last patch quests. Everyone theorized that this would be Vinat.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
Hear, feel, thought.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Hydaelyn?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
Yep, that's right.
Zodiac was created.
He just comes out and says it.
Which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn, conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
That is serious.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
Hey, we're almost at Sharlayan.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oof. Retchy.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Hmm.
Ah, the sleepers.
Is the gang.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Hmm.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Right. We get right into it. You just head over to Sharlayan immediately. Here's the title drop.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan's.
I like how Emmett Selch is still sassy as hell, even though he's just narrating.
Your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlie in orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
That's certainly possible.
It is true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
So they do have a system.
May,
though. Crucial point.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Alright. So Graha's gonna help us get in here.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Seems to be a fairly obvious class system here. A little bit of a hierarchy. The way he just lit up as soon as he saw the Archon mark.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry main repository.
It looks like a book, but it's actually a computer. Like a magic ether computer.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Oh no. Their father disowned them. I wonder if that will come up here.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
Here it is, having said that.
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yep, there it is. They know.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
No kidding.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Got a few of them. Have you got some time? I have all my jobs leveled to like 80. There's Somerville, adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
I don't like your tone. I'm gonna shove you in a locker.
You, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
He doesn't have an answer.
If you'll allow me.
Crawl to the rescue.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Yeah, definitely shoving them in a locker.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Hey, it's Kryle.
It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Yeah.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Sir Taciturn. All right. We're in Charlian. So there it is. I pretty much have to press X or I will not be able to see. There's so many people here. Glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may now relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. What eye level are these? 515. That's not too bad. We've got better, but there might be a job we can use that on. Kryl sweeps the Scions with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Harrison Estinian's first time in Charlian. For the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Epherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I, too, have places that I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. He just wanted to get away from her. He's like, fuck this, I'm an introvert, I'm out. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Eris, Charlian awaits. After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking to Kryl. So Grahatia follows us. That's nice. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Krile is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Krile at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Okay. Ooh, there's one here. What's this for? With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle. It is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge. Namely, large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Neat. Okay. There's a leave meat here. Let's get any Avernets on the way. Here's another talkie spot. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. The path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief. An alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Interesting. Here we are. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. So basically they're white. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. So they probably chug down monsters. Seems like the kind of people these are. There is one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer. So he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so, the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aphorite Plaza. Let's see. Don't see any other shards here. Alright, just clearing my throat a bit. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aphorite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aphorites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what it was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. Let's attune this big boy. Whoa, whoa. Is that a market board like 3 meters away from the Aphorite? This place is gonna be very popular. I can tell that right away. Okay, where are we headed next? Going up there. Gonna hit this shard before we go there. Not sure if we'll pass by here again. We'll hit this, then move on. Next spot's up here. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aphorite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Okay. This way. Get our sprint on. City's pretty cool. It feels very Greco-Roman. Here's a talkie point. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Faliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Interesting. Gotta go up these stairs here. There's another Aephorite shard over there. Just attune to that quick. And this grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Okay. There's the twins' estate. Their former estate, I guess, since they're disowned. It's kind of fun having these guys follow me. It reminds me of parties in old like 2D JRPGs. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Njonkrip built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly into Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aephorite Plaza? Correct. After you, Eris. Okay, let's grab these shards first. I'm gonna tune to these two things here. Doing this one too. And the quest marker is this way, so let's go. There's a talkie point here. Right, we cross this bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aephorite Plaza. Scotland is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Okay, so we're heading over to this, start over there. Got it. I think this is the one we got before, right? Yeah. Just have one other one to get. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you to there another time. Inside with you, then. Oh, this music's from Final Fantasy V. I'm back, and I brought Eris and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship, then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Eris. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Oshika? Oshika Tsunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika, cousin of Ejika Tsunjika, and an administration officer for the students of Baldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. I read the reports on the Eureka expedition. I hope Ejika didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous, but a good sort at heart. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, among other things, the annex has become our new base of operations for all intents and purposes. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telephore fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. I should probably let you know, that sound effect, I have that set to play every time there's an FC message. So people in my free company are talking right now. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might well last until the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Yeah, people in the FC are talking. Obviously, I have a chat hidden by my overlay because I don't want people seeing the details, the juicy stuff there. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Nice to get a little break. My voice isn't doing fantastic today, unfortunately. I'm trying to be diligent in narrating stuff because I don't want people who are like mostly listening tabbed out or have it on like a second monitor, they're not paying attention. I don't want those people to be lost.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for
Of course it's two.
may aid us in achieving that goal.
There's always two things to do for the first big quest line of each expansion. Because that way they get to separate players into separate areas.
The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
That is suspicious.
The 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
That is suspicious.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
It's a mystery.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve.
That timing.
Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
That's a little surprising. It takes us pretty far away.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower.
The two routes are usually fairly close by.
I can only assume it is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Hey, we got that.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Oh.
But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Yep. That's what I thought. I was surprised for a moment. I was like, oh, are they actually gonna have us just do one thing?
As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
That's Bankrid, Estinian, and Urianger, I believe.
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
You, me, and Urianger.
I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's
A
request.
sitcom.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Yeah. Okay. Let's start with Kryles. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlene's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Let's grab this too. We'll do it second, but we'll pick it up. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Been to Favner before. I can travel by Aephorite, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friends. Got a little history there. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreda. Moonbreda was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I sought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Now, it's kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Alright, we picked up both of those. We're gonna put that on focus. That quest is this way. Let's hit the Aephorite shard on the way over. Let's attune to this. There we go. I think that's all of them. Yeah, you have attuned yourself to all the Aetherite shards in Old Charlian. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extends deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gooble Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I have dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Elfino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of these subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it then, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Okay. Let's read some books. Story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lives a Rogadan man by the name of Njonkrep. Njonkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njonkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Njonkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation, and shifted the entire ship to safety atop of Lafia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Njonkrep gathered up to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Interesting. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Faliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. The Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. We know Idleshire.
That's amore.
The following chapters... Oh, hey! Hey, that wretch. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How are you all doing? Playing the Endwalker early access release here. So I will warn everybody there will be spoiler content here. But if you are interested, you should have a good time here. Hello there, Rich. How are you doing? Okay, so we need to find more books on the topic we want. Here's a leather-bound tome. The Voice of a Growing City. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia. Oh, were you streaming at the original launch time? Yeah, I took a couple of hours just to make sure that it wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, have a good nap. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Yeah, you have a good one too, and thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy the expansion as well. Okay, so that's the second of the free ones we need. Here's a blue-covered book. An Introduction to the Heavens. Interesting. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think that the dome above us to be an infinite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? That's a moon joke. What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum or mention the history of Charlian. Here's a well-worn manual. Forever 20 Summers. Lispy. That sounds like fiction. No? My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices. But one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. This is a fucking self-help book. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, you will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical conditions from a biological, ephemerological, and arcane viewpoint. Yeah, that's just a self-help manual with big words in it. What's this? A time-worn tone. That sounds promising. The faded title reads Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of their age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founder's teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Alright, that's enough reading for one day. This is an RPG. There's never an end to the reading. Ha ha ha. Ooh, gazebo. Here we go. So in case you didn't know, this might help if you don't know. There is a key that hides people's names, so you can click on interactable things when there's big crowds. I have it on X, and I believe that's the default. So, just so you know, in case you were having problems with that. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everybody to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things went. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, We were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of the land of Favner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Gallian rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald remained the region Locus Amoenus. Ugh. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. The fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last children born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Valdesian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I'd never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Fankred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. Is exactly why I have so much love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the foreign's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Eris. More company should be arriving any moment now. So we're waiting here again. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings are quite slim indeed. Mr. Skrull has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral Calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Leave it to me. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. A complete destabilization of creation magics is pretty accurate, I think. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Sorry. Narrating is starting to take its toll a little bit. Take a little sippy and continue. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amoritans spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lies sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephore truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with these towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Wait one more time. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended reach of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Orion learned of the source's reflections from the Garen oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubo Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telephore and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I'm gonna have to read. But I'm bimbo. I can't read. You labor for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant. I wouldn't mind being Ishtola's research assistant, if you know what I mean. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Okay, let's that quest complete. There's another one here, though. A seat at the last stand. Ready for a tea break, Eris? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to that coffee. It's quite good. Okay, we're headed to the last stand then. How far away was that again? That was like right there. Should be easy enough. What's this prominently placed side quest here for? Does this unlock hunts? Diminutive wiener. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you Eris Umberwell? Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Huh, I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? Oh, no, you would not. Pray speak with Norfoda at the Peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Okay. That is hunts. I wonder if they're any different. Make it sound like it is, but it might just be because they're like around 80 to 90 level. Hey, I'm Norfota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the scholar, your heirs? I was half convinced I set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Gleaner's Guildship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard you had arrived on our shore, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Alright, so that's hunts. Let's have a quick look at what items they have here. Oh, I got fancy demon wings. Yeah, does this use the same currency as the Kupo nuts? Yeah, they still use nuts here, man. Got a cute little kitty minion. Got the new striking dummy. Okay, that's not a ton of stuff, but good to know that's here. Unless, hold up. No, there's nothing special. Okay, let's go back to the quest. Like a Sith. Wait, me or the NPC? Oh, Norfota, yeah. A little bit. Here's Alice. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? Oh, I'm doing good, Sophie. How are you doing? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephori. We might even glean something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alize is now accompanying you. Right, so we have a follower again. Doing okay? Oh yeah, I haven't unlocked any of the new jobs yet. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Yeah, I want to at least get to and complete the first dungeon before I bother with any of the new jobs. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telefori and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveilleur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. You're on the air. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telefori. These enemies of peace have promised to end all we hold dear, and... What? You're that House Leveilleur girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumor. Oh, thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Eris. Who else is he? Dickon. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Salazar I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Oh, are you liking Reaper? It looks pretty fun. I'm looking forward to getting it. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphano had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? No. It's complicated. And I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveilleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this, apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then if you will know your face, we should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Leave it to me. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Tea for the chatty group. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Omelet for Gisla. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Mikote behind them, lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay. Let's see. What we got here. Here's the group. They need the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The telephone who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the Sixth Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay, so they don't have the info. There's Gizla. Gizla wanted the omelet. Oh, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Telephori? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Okay, and the last thing. Cody needs urbane banter with a smile. No, I'll give him a lobster. Ah, at last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Huh? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. It is so named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telephori make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. So we do have one lead. Let's speak with Alize again. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. The Forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Yeah, give me the coffee. But let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Okay. Here we are. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Happy.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. All I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Here's the boats. That must be the Gleaners. Oh, Labyrinthos.
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
So it's like, what are they called? Like self-contained environments. Word escapes me at the moment. Biosphere? I think that's it.
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the Gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the Forum.
Here we go. We're getting the lead here.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's go. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cuffs back. So that's up here. Head on up. Probably could have warped here much faster. Oh well. Where are they at? Up the stairs. We're back at the gazebo. Welcome back, Eris. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. And coupled with what Eris and Alisade learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephori is wholly unlike those apocryphal events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eosia's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay, where are we heading? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Elsie and try not to stay behind. Off we go then. What's a RP walk with her? She's going very slow. He's pleasant here amongst the trees. But we really should move along. Now we run, try to keep up. Like how there's other people doing this too. Keep the path straight ahead. We cross this bridge. Up here. The rostra, not far now. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to that shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Alright, let's go. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Oh.
Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time, this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Maybe we can glean some information from them.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Yeah. You okay there?
Did you call to me just now?
Nope, can't say I did.
No. How odd.
Uh-oh, someone's trying to get in contact.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
No, you won't. This is a Chekhov's gun if I've ever seen one. This is gonna come back. This is gonna be important. Right, so I'm gonna take a little break to grab some lunch, but I will be back very shortly and we will continue this. I think I'll stay logged on and everything. I'm just like grabbing some food really quick and I'll like eat in between doing things. Okay. BRB. Hello again, back. Got some food with me now. So we can continue this. Dobbin. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. And if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Darwin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Taking stock, alright. Taking stock of this Robin Dobbin. Okay, Tiev. What you got to say? Let me think. The Rhea Seed should be item 1058. Human Seeds 1059. Snurlberry 1060. Or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Quirfin carrots for the Gurarbanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Tiev has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Here's an Aaronville. You got to say. You're here to help or give me more headaches, because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of mammoths running loose. Marmots, rather. Your exchange of Aaronville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Hey, you're one of the new bunny boys. Any luck, Eris? What tales do the gleaners have to tell? Let's give her all these things we wrote on napkins. So, this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory. Sorry, this was a dumb idea, eating and talking. I'm gonna hold off on eating until we get to a cutscene. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Sorry about that. Kral appears lost in thought. We could do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Eris, I have an idea. Sorry, that must have sounded awful. Yeah, it was a hair. No wonder. Okay, that should be a little bit better. Perhaps if we were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleamer here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Alright, let's speak with Erenville again. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on the steer at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. In the sack, gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Okay, we can use our mountain here, so let's do that. Alright, so what are we looking for here? Grizzled mice. Here we go. There's my guy. Chirp, squeak. Barely have you read the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Alright, let's go find this mouse. Yeah, there it is. I see it. Come on, Mousy. Let's use a sack. Sack it up. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. The mouse is harder than Pokemon are. I'm gonna capture you, Rattata. Could be around here, I think. No? Yeah, they're just standing there. Hold on. Do I have to slot Ruin 4 separately now? I didn't check that. Yeah, I do. Okay. What I'll do is put this here. Try to duster there. There we go. Oh, I can grab that current while I'm up here. This thing. Get that out of the way. Grab the current. There we go. Now, where is this mouse? Here we go. Trying to hide in there. Get a rat sack. More prepared for his speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. There we go. Let's bring this back. So let's go turn this mouse in. How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here's your 1. Oh, there's the yard marmoret out. Wait here for a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Asked you to capture them in the first place. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Eris. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friends. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryle of the Students of Valdesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing these decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture, and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered that when operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaner's Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telefori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I'm inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting for the right time to put it into effect. And the Telefori's declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaean? From there, we can reach the lower... Yep, I said it would come back. Crow, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaean. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Okay, let's go. Mornvale Forest. How far away are we going? Not too far. The Outer Circuit. Behold, the Archaean. As Numenon serves as Charlian's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within these vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaean contains a physical history of Charlian's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Alright. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Alright. Gonna tune to this on the way. Well, a little staircase. Archaean Custodian. Greetings, we are here to pursue the Archaean's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Valdesian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, Reyes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we are so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Valdesian? Gonna shove that guy into a locker too. We are at its impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Let's look around to you. Here's the quest marker. Bemused students. Taking a lift. Oh no, we're just... Oh, sorry. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaean, even though we found... actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaean is open again. Anyone else here? Not seeing any markers. Oh, here we go. That bone-weary worker. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Oh, thank you. So how do I get out from here? This way, I guess? Yeah. I'm guessing he's where all these players are clustered. Yeah, I see him. Oh, it's Erenville. How you doing? Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friends. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive "Krrr." Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Is this gonna be one of those sniping minigames? Yeah, it looks like it. Green bird which cause. That one kind of coos. Here we go. This is what I want. Check. You have a nice snooze over there.
A fair shot.
Oh, he does have a voice.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I put a bird to sleep.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked. The The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
Let's bust in there.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. Comparatively hardy species, too. Able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I don't know if that asshole at this will allow this, though.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
So it's sort of like a dumbwaiter?
I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
There's a manual way.
33rd facet. A mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Alright, so we got our way in.
Back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I'm talking about shafts. Alright, so we're heading this way. Keep an eye out for ether currents while we're moving. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other when it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We could meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Alright, so we're going through this tunnel. Okay, there's our mobs. Alright. Going further into the cave here. Get these mobs. There are a bunch of them. Alright, we're going through here. Hello, Alpha Nerd. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Interesting. Rips. Bumpkins. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Mariel Ergonomics. Agronomics, rather. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I sense no gleaners hereabouts, yet those workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Nod. And see what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Nerd. See what we got here. Jibka. What's up, Jibka? Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. No kidding. We have a lot to be taken down below. More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift. But some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Guys, hauling a lot up that slope was a job and a half. A harried harvester. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one's a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfection. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled. A region to the south of Ilsebard. It boasts tremendous habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoenus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Mm-hmm. There's some stacked boxes up here. These boxes are stacked. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Ah.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
Interesting.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. A few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track. We've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Learned about a pretty flower.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
There's our bud.
I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
Yep, that's right.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Let's crawl up to.
Cryer?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
You were distracted by the pretty flowers.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I can almost reach you.
Is Krell still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westward along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. The full report, warts and all. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, would make for a convenient meeting place. But, even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Graha and his banish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. We've been toaded. Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Arendelle. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantments. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Ishtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Okay, where are we going? Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alitoad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. So we're heading this way. Got Alpha Toad and Alitoad. Doesn't look like there are any other toads doing this. Lasts a long time though. Should have like more than enough to do this. It's somewhere around here. We need to get up there. Or maybe it's on the other side of the bridge. Yeah, there's a little talkie point there. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. We gotta decide who to trust. I'm going across the bridge. One toad always lies, one toad always tells the truth. We want to avoid enemies if we can. There's an enemy like right next to the point, making me a little nervous. There we go. Here they are. Rip it.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty.
Oh, here it is. We're getting some secrets.
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Ribbit.
I hope that was informative. You may consider...
He knows. He's like, there are no frogs of that species here. Fuck off.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Poof.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah, that's pretty expected. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telefori's declaration was a catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. A guide of sorts. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. Let's get back to him. Alright. Welcome back. I trust you found Aaronville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Carl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Boing. Oh yeah, people in my FC are saying there's a new haircut. Interested in taking a look at that. Maybe we'll go to an inn and take a quick look once we're done with these this half of the side quest. Of the quest, rather. There's a recurrent side quest here. At least I think it's recurrence. Yeah, it is. Oh, dearie me. My Swedish shaggles, or one of the Arcane's precious samples, has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies, I'm Noelle Tia, an archivist. The Arcane is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? Yes. My thanks. I will continue my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you've had a comprehensive look around, please meet me at the Arcane to report your findings. It should be over here. Oh wow, all the way over there, huh? Well, let's go then. Want this ether current? Hold up. This isn't the way in. You have to go all the way down here. Don't think that's the way in until you get flying. Let's get this troll. Should be up here. No trolls. Maybe up here. Let's see if it's here. Errant troll is nowhere to be seen. Rip troll. Yeah, let's just take this. I see. I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let's head there and see if we can track it down. Okay, further up. Okay, head up here. Yes, there can be no doubt. These are Shaggle's footprints. I have uncovered the specimen's trail. Should be close. If you find it under threat from the local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. There we go. Excuse me? Let's aid this troll. Oh, this little guy. This little dude. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Lance Buffoon. Your king is under threat. I must do something. You can talk. You can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Incredible. I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understands speech. So I do wonder exactly why you are able to understand him and I am not. It's a secret. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to grr the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archaean. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge, and he makes no effort to engage with it. Brr. Oh no, it's a nerd. At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archaean is in grave danger. Some rureless squeener managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Well, what's he saying? Oh, dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try to solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him after all, and he seems moments ahead of us in regard to the situation at hand. Alright. That's a clever little troll. We might continue this later. Oh hey, there's a fate here. Oh wow, there are a lot of enemies there. Some players too though, so... Okay. There we go. Okay, cool. That's the first fate we've done so far. I gotta go back here. Probably have to go back through those caves again. That'll suck. Yeah, we've got the slow base mount speed here. Let's use this. This is a little faster. Wait. My FC mates already leveled the new jobs to 80. That was fast. Okay. Let's get back to this. Okay, we're looking for that hill where the flowers were. Yeah, right up here. You okay there? Been staring at those for a while.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Oh?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh? Is she channeling Heidelin?
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play.
Oh?
Though that will depend on you.
Well, that's a hint.
Take the flower. Walk free.
we go.
That glue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Hmm. Bye-bye.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away.
Yeah, can you guess what she meant by another who may have a part to play?
Apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Oh, what's up here? We're being told to leave. Charlene's. Ah, it's him. Daddy's here.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Charlian by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
It does look bad.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Charlian as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact.
That's so.
In chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
That's so.
We will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city.
Ah, so it's to be a trial then.
He has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Yeah.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough.
Portionalt is against a discourse. Trial time.
I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
You found something.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Yeah, we solved them. Duh.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
Uh-huh.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Oh, do tell.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Uh-huh.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Mm-hmm.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony.
Well,
The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition.
mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
270 years.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Hmm.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
He's being force choked.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
Oh?
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
He said the trailer line.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
And she said her trailer line.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right.
Hey, it's Aaronvold.
Chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
Finally, someone reasonable here.
Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain.
Hey, Brynholden. How are you doing?
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Busy with work. Yeah, I've got a new retail job and the training is starting really soon. So I'm gonna be a little bit more busy in the future too. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Ethereal Sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charlian. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino, Alize, it is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Million Slivier at your service. And you fine people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunault are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Fankred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure. Eris, what do you think? Eris? The Eris Umberwell? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Nod. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Eris, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Eris? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, let's just get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Livier Estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Elfino and Alize are now accompanying you. Alright, let's go. Here's the talkie area. See what they have to say. When Alice and I were little, this bridge were as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Yeah, they've got a big serving staff. Yep. Sometimes you might forget just how bougie these twins are.
What? What are you gawping at?
Slivia in all its grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter.
Aww.
Depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits."
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
Wardrobe update.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
Hitting that upgrade button.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Hey, here comes the boy.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Hey, somebody's looking sharp.
So glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh? Hey.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh. Alphino's picking up the family business.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Wink. Oh, he gets the jobstone too.
Devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
Oh?
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
He's saying go out and fuck shit up.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Alright, we can go back to the annex now. Let's take the shard. Valdesian Annex, here we go. That new map thing is really nice. Nice to be able to see exactly where these things will take you. In a main hall here. Enjoyed your time with Olivia's, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but the new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Favner, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Yeah, nice. Okay, that's the first fruit line done. One more to go. Wow, that was extensive. Surprised. That took like the entire day. We're almost on hour 5 at this point. Yeah, I can keep going though. Do I want to though? I have to think about it. Yeah. I'm gonna say at minimum today I wanna finish these 2 plot threads. At most I'm hoping to get to the level 81 dungeon. Okay. Yeah, let's do this really quick. Let's see, does this have a... Yeah, he's here. I'm on the esthetician. I think there was a new haircut. So let's have a quick look here. I don't know if you get it right off the bat. Yeah, I can't tell which it is. I'd heard there was a new one, but I'll just look it up later. It might be in the gold saucer, actually. I'll have a look at the end of the stream. How many gold saucer points do I have? I forget. Got like 150. That should be enough for like a hairstyle, depending. Okay, let's start the second plot thread here. What's gonna be up here? In here, I think. Yeah, here we go. Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kral of the Students of Baldesian. We seek patches to Favnair and understand you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. The test subjects? Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an Aephorite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aephorite teleportation. But, what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aephorite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. Oh hey, you mean that thing we did? And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aephorite that doesn't require attunement. Truly? That changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aephorites, but the Aephorites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aephorites, one has been installed here in Charlian, and the other in Yedlamad, a port town in Favnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razatan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So, to sum up, we're to test these Aephorites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. And as a matter of fact, you might say these Aephorites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Yeah, statistically unlikely. But it's plain you aren't most people. Mistress Crowl truly knows how to pick 'em. Thumbs up. We're guinea pigs. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfsome and Mistress Buida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. That's convenient, but he's got to feel a little disappointed. Must have worked up his courage for this. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Ephorite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Okay, so there it is.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
She's got that Ephorite earring from the last expansion pre-order bonus. Figures.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Disappointment.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Yeah, let's fucking go to Thavnir.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Soaring through the ether. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Here we go. They have a little animation for it. That's cute. We just get teleported right to Razatan. That's not what I expected to happen, but it's pretty great.
Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay.
There's a tower here. Right there. Hey, it worked.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Nah. The Stydian just ports in. Well, I guess it's experimental for a reason.
Against such an insidious foe.
Gotta be like a hangover, right?
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Yeah, can you get me a Coke, Estinian?
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no. He's gonna buy a sexy dragon statuette, isn't he? You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? What's the tune there? We're down with the sickness, though. You there, I need free drinks. Something that helps with vapor sickness. We got a Coke. By the Mansua, a traveler, greetings and welcome. You're wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Favner, I'm pleased to offer to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not one, not two, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. He has to think about it. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian. But you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Don't buy the classic Coke, it's overpriced. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. What? Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Here we go. In the special Amrelasi. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. I need to give it to Tancred too. You were in time. Excellent. You spared us to Taru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. This bass line. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. I asked where you got the cord for it. A local vendor. The man said it's a Fevnerian weave. Tough and night. Oh no! You got swindled again, didn't you? And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. That's steel, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always found function over form. Estinian paid for like $1,000 hair tie. This guy is hopeless. Well, that's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino can hold a candle to you. Yeah, remember when in Stormblood when Alphino bought Gosetsu's samurai sword for like a ridiculous price? Not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Favner as its dominion, the nation of Razatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there was the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by the other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Haddish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razatan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious government and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened. Or mayhap the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Oh, hey, it's an actual food item. Hey, level up. That's our first one. On low tide. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Eris, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aephorite, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Okay. Oh, hey, there's a gemstone trader here. Oh, huh. I have a bunch of these. Don't have anything good yet. We'll have to change that with fates. Oh, hey, a crate of fruit. Yoink. This crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Having some supply chain issues, maybe? What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things can be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kelzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kelzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Look out into the pier. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Anything else around here? About up here? Nope, that's a little out of the range of this thing. Alright, here we go. There's someone to talk to here. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared in New Narinair. It just stood there and loomed ominously. Perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. It had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us? Only the gods know. Aha, so that's why they're having trouble. That tower showed up and kind of screwed stuff over. Everyone's scared of it. The Damascens aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me ain't gonna help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's a tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about Dalmascens. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Council. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. No. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. That's a lead, I guess. Let's speak with them. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kulzel too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kulzel, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Ah, an adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kulzel, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I am in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, free people here in Yedlamad. I will observe you and learn. Masya is now accompanying you. I like this mechanic. They're like pushing it a lot, and I think it works pretty well. Just like having the NPCs follow you instead of like just teleporting around makes a big difference in how things feel. Even if it's like a small aesthetic thing. Okay, we want to go this way though. Come on, Matsuya. Make some sales. You want to be a big shot, don't you? Yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna go that strong. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. Ugh. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain here for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back. Continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. No place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal, satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Yeah, we're a big shot. Now do you get how it works? There's our target. Nashreen. Hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. I'm curious. Why, for eating, of course, it may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing's coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't know it would end there. I thought I'd get a chance to hawk my fish. Okay, let's try up north here. Gotta go up here, maybe? Yeah, there it is. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God, my stomach. Ugh. Fever sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. I don't know if it's a good idea to start with that. Eat slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so, I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. Better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? Yeah, I know, right? I think if I lead with that, it's gonna go wrong. By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish for your supplies? They're fresh caught. Alright, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Oh, only one sale. Too bad we made a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Okay, not the most successful salesmanship there. Let's head on back. Little target there. Want to walk on that? Well, thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the free people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. So you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. And still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Karlsall soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya? Karlsall, have you finished your business at the guilds? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options, at this rate. So, you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matza. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Also. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Well, we've learned a bit about what's going on, at least. That tower is the big issue. You can see it from here. I see it up there. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. Another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to cut forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telefori. That Matya fellow you were helping, he's the Arxadora, is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arxadora would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devoted here and still. We'd better go after him. Akali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krau's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Right. Oh, hey. Gotta be an Aether Current quest there. Let's pick that up. Yeah, here we go. Ogle is looking around in trepidation. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face. It's known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nadam. I am Ogle of the Katian. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? Nah, these guys are friendly. Don't worry. These Matanga are not like those on the Azam steppe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me. If you encounter a Matanga, you must turn tail and flee. As fast and far as you can. Their tails were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kenkana person the sailors told me about. She's said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. She's probably a Matanga, right? Okay, where are we going here? It's not far out. Should be right in here. Yep, here we go. Yep. I called it. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kinkana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? No, you gotta get over your prejudices. Welcome to Yedlimad, traveler. I'm Kinkana. It is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Harris and Ogle, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Get over yourself, come on. She's not hurting anyone, she's just standing there. She's got clothes on, what more can you ask? Is your companion quite alright? An understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you can do? With fighting, I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials, and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What, they already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an Arkasadara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Nope. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Harris, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. Eh. The artisans don't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlamad to the west, and you should come across your employer. And that's where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Okay, let's go. Here's the master artisan. Oh, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous... is your companion not well? He seems a touch shaky. Of course. I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I will have no need to fear him, being harmed. Perfect. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arkasadara? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Let's just take our car. Encounter time. Yeah, you alright there? You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second? Knowing a Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Eris, but why did you follow me? We were to patrol? Forgive me, I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reached safety. Alright. Read. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, that you can collect from King Kinkana. Right, I suppose we report to Kinkana then. Alright, let's turn this in. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Favner rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you, if so. Yeah. We'll come back and do that stuff later. It's definitely gonna be, along with the other one, it's definitely gonna be a unlock for a Beast Tribe quest thing. Something going in that direction definitely will be. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Alright. Yeah, here we go. Gotta get up here. You do not see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Watch his voice. It came from the north. Let's go. Gotta save him. Yeah, that's right. Different ones are hard cast. Keep forgetting. Here we go. Doing better. Huh? Where'd they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. Then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arcasadora were being targeted. Surely you have as well? Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. Well, we've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower? What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. Zot. House of divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But, to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller. And I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Achiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. Can't miss it. So, 'tis a simulacra of Favnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Achiali. nod. Alright, let's go. I'll use this thing. It's faster than anything else we got. Soon to be slightly faster than other mounts. So I always keep it on a like manually pressable hotkey there. It should be around here. Yeah, here we are. Nice little village here. Welcome to Kyali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Konga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Talk to Konga. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our island is home to many gods. And they can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust? While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts three of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manusya. You heard about them already, yes? Three sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sindaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders amongst her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. He presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. The Magus sisters, you might say. In like fashion to the Minutia, the deities of Eosia preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons, too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Quarrel's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Quarrel's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say we're going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. Those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Someone's got a little elephant crush. Okay, let's head over. Still want to do this. Right. Yolly crabs. Could be somewhere up here. Might have to go around. Yeah, it looks like it. There'd be another place with an aphorite somewhere around here. Up here, I think. Yeah, right next to where we need to be. We can just drop down here. Okay, there we go. Tuned. There seems to be an alchemist on the floor. Huh, what happened here? Oh?
What happened here?
Yeah. What happens?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
He's checking out that spear.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
They're all suddenly up.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Scales?
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Oh, that would be helpful.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
He just runs in.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Uh-oh.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Someone's gonna be a guinea pig.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
All right. That's water. We get up from here. There we go. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Carl himself is tied up with another investigation, Eris is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no expense, no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify effect missions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Would such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. In that case, Orianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Alright, let's go. Let's do these tests. Gonna be up here, I believe. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. Oh, it's okay, I had a motorcycle. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In view of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Okay, so what do we do here? Oh, it's right here. Commencing aetheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing aetheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken Deepa's lead and try not to fall behind. Just hopping along. Readying Aether, please stand back. Radiating Aether, please stand back. Ready to discharge. Test subjects, please gather near. Discharging Aether. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Right. Wait, where'd that thing go? Oh, there it is. Readying Aether, please stand back. You are struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Discharge, eh? You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Aetheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. take this back. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take that deeper off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it. Spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arkasdora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Alright, now we follow. Nice seeing lots of people running around again. Things died down a little bit during the big lull in Shadowbringers. I may be simply imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Eris. But that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. To thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know. They come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once. You would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Okay. Let's do some guard duty here.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Rajasthan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Interesting.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Rajasthan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Scientists doing science shit. Oh, what's this? Is that Daniel the fan?
To admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owe? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plan.
Uh-oh. Are we getting a wrench thrown in the works here?
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Let's just port back here. Alright. Harris, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Eris, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardshipness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not the least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take too much of your time. May we impose on you once more? You can count on me. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuia. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of hamsa, Mistress Nidana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Okay, let's go. Yeah, there's another blue quest up here. Huh? Not fall in the water. That's good. What's this gonna involve? You have a moment, adventurer. One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? You're too kind. She should be in Kajaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for her here with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet one of the students of Baldesian. Yeah, let's get our bike out again. Okay, back up here again. Burp, 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 burp. Here we are. What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the wall, so could you make sure the stage is in order? The cloth wavers exquisitely in the winds. No problem seeing. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. There's a small hole in the floor, and that can't be good. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldesian, are you? You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Alright, let's go back. We'll port back. Ah, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury. And now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. Thanks. Your Hamsairs. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eosian dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Favnir, and many a hatchery can be found here. Last, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for years to follow. Oh. Why haven't I ever tried to move this? I could put that like here and have a lot more breathing room over here. Yeah, that works out a lot better. Look at that riding posture. Good day. I'm riding a dodo. Don't have enough time to read this stuff, unfortunately. There's the tower. On a small island. Here we are. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Vroom. Well, well, who should it be but young Vershawn, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Our predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow's faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I'm certain he's well. As for myself, I assure you that all that I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the Satra is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. It would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Erisumberwell of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Alright, so let's talk to some people. Moody. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telefori? We know that they're the ones behind the tower. and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. With you. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far in little water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Nabdeen? It occurs to me that I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satra's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? It's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Rasatan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer, however. I'm afraid I can't guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. On the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Alright. Now we ride the Hamza. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Peacekeeper at the Hamza hatchery to mount again. Okay. This will take us over. We want to go over these hills and to the east, I believe. Waddle waddle. Okay, here we go. There's the marker. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. Like, I've done my job, get me home. Hi, this is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Alright, and we can just port back. Welcome back, Arist. I hope you have the giant skull. Sure do. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. Life's a beach.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Hmm?
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
Yep.
I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
Yep, that's true. We can't have an orgy here.
And spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair. Who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Mm-hmm. Vengeful dragoon. He was listening.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
Oh, he knows.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Hey, they figured out something.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Hey. Cool.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
Mm-hmm.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't to ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Hmm. I hope these aren't death flags I'm seeing here.
Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Okay. So we're going up north. I think it's this way, actually. Eh. Keep going back to the motorcycle just because it's so much faster than everything else. Love these purple hills. Very colorful. Here's the tower. Plop. And here's our ride. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray that it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Yeah, these are... I don't like how much these sound like death flags. Something's gonna happen. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Yeah, let's go.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Got a fancy bubble shield.
It's working. And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
This is tense. It's like a billion things that can go wrong here. Very concerning.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned...
I don't like how that entrance looks. Something's gonna come out of that and attack her. I'm calling it now. Yep, there we go. I called it. If we're lucky, we'll be able to save her. Yeah. It's, these towers definitely remind me of the thief in Final Fantasy X.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Oh.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
Fucking fan Daniel.
The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Vandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Vandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Vandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Oh?
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Oh?
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Yeah.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Is this a name we're gonna know?
At your service.
Wait, he's Amun? Amun from the Crystal Tower raids?
A nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Well,
no more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
So he did.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is...
Xenos. Xenos is waiting. Ah, you returned, but where is Mistress Nidana? Lucia Preserve, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Well, that puts to rest that theory that Eamon was Emmett Selk, I guess. There was a theory going around that Eamon was Emmett Selk, but nope, Eamon was Finn Daniel. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Finn Daniel after all. That bastard. I'm sure he wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Oh, Nidana is trapped in the tower. She's still alive, yes? Mm-hmm. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Hey, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding skills with you. And for our Eosian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it's agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razatan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it's settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Going into Razatan. Yeah, let's use our bike again. We'll get there in a reasonable time frame. Okay. I don't want to fall while I'm in combat. That seems like a bad idea. Okay, we're out. I think we cross here. No, there's nowhere to fall here. So we gotta look for another way. Don't get any map for doing that either. Yeah, let's find a way over. Maybe up here? Okay, here we go. This is where we need to go. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megadota.
Mega daughter.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Oh?
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Oh, have we got a man behind the curtain situation here?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
It's like the opposite of a man behind the curtain situation. Gonna be something weird behind you.
You travel as assistants to the...
This is a dragon. It speaks like a dragon. And the theme of dragon is playing.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
Then the here fucked everything up, right?
Until marauding hears from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. when it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just
ceremonial.
Yes, and one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radz.
Oh, interesting.
With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wind."
So that's why it goes out and does all this difficult stuff. Not really a person, it's a wandering eye.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Athan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus
Perhaps a group of adventurers.
choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Seems like a win-win.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
"'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms."
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I just really have to use the bathroom. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aephorite here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Yeah, we've done that. Let's go back and finish up this quest, and I think that's where we'll end it for today. We've been going a nice long time. This is one of the longer streams I've ever done. Alright, so it's the Boldesian Annex, right? Let's turn in this quest and then we're done for today. Just as I was getting used to balmy Favnair, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Okay. We managed to finish the 2 big diverging quests. That was longer than I expected it to take, but very good. It was very meaty stuff. And it sounds like we're just about ready to do the first dungeon of the expansion soon. So that'll be it for tonight. We'll try to do another stream tomorrow. I don't know what time it'll be because I am going in for some job training tomorrow at a poorly defined time. So I don't know exactly when I'll be able to stream, but I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow. Probably evening, maybe earlier. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. Have a awesome weekend. It's been gay. Goodbye.